Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I did it.
What'd you do?
I graduated from college.
Oh, yeah, you did do
Yay!
that.
I'm done. And now I get to turn my brain off and allow Zach to play through the first case of Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Watch me fumble through this.
That's right.
Should I do you or guest?
You do mine, and I think you can just make a new file or
Nice.
something. Yeah, so we, over the past week or so, watched Zach play, the end of the second Ace Attorney game and, like, the entirety of the third one, and he kind of mentioned I said, like, you know, the next ones you play, you might want to wait on 4, 5, and 6 a bit. These are good ones to, like, jump into. And he was like, yeah, let's do it, and now we're streaming it. Jonah says congrats on graduating.
Oh, thank you, Jonah. I thoroughly appreciate that.
So, okay, this is 2 games, which is the thing. But we'll start with the first one.
We're gonna start with the first.
Why would we do that?
I don't even know.
This animation is wonderful.
Ain't it? I forgot we got animation in the thing.
A little bit.
Not like this, though.
活気に満ち溢れる帝都の民は変化革新の熱気にむせ返りその変化に戸惑う者も飲み込んで時代は大きなうねりの中にあった
Uh-oh.
Oh my.
Who is it?
そして今そんな時代を
Who's the moiderer?
一つの物語が幕を開く
You just killed a man.
That's the main character.
You did it.
Wow.
I
Congratulations.
can't believe you play as a killer.
No.
Oh. Hello, Walter.
Hello, Meowdy.
Hello.
We're streaming.
Streaming?
Yeah.
Streaming what?
Ace Attorney.
Oh my god! Ace Attorney.
Indeed. We're gonna put on our lawyer caps.
Ooh.
We just learned that the main character killed a fella.
Killed a fella.
He
Yeah.
killed a fella. He
What?
went bang.
You know
He's
for
dead.
sure?
For sure, there's totally not a twist or like
Definitely
anything
not.
whatsoever.
But like... For sure. So
Like,
like,
for
why
sure.
is this gonna be a court case? All the evidence stacks against him.
See?
Well, we have to present it in the court of law, I think.
We have friendos in the chat.
We got Uno.
Uno?
Yeah.
Gabe?
No.
Huh. Surprising.
Yeah. Usually the first guess, yeah.
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I've played this one, no one else has.
Yep.
Kristen has played the first case from when it was a fan translation,
Yep.
but not here.
Interesting. I'm gonna go get started on dinner.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds wonderful.
Thank
Y'all
you.
enjoy.
Thank you.
Hello stream. Hello watcher, viewer. Goodbye.
Oh.
Bet they will.
Yeah.
Oh. He's handsome.
Oh, he's cute.
Oh no.
Is that the guy who killed someone?
No.
That's my lawyer.
Oh.
No one has the right to treat him as a criminal. You fuck.
Technicalities.
Goodbye, Walter.
Goodbye, world.
Bye.
Yeah. So it's immediately like a visual upgrade over the other ones.
Oh, big time. Like, oh my god, this is literally like, what?
20 years later.
Yeah, 2 decades worth of improvement. What's your name, handsome? Kazuma.
Yeah, Jonah, how far are you in the second game?
Ooh.
Hey, KY Fried Jello. Long time no chat.
Indeed, welcome back.
How are you doing? didn't do it, did you?
I don't know. I mean, I was
Apparently.
right there with the gun in my hand.
Yeah, well, I'm apparently saying that I didn't, so... I don't know who this fella's gonna believe. Aw, bestie.
Bestie.
Nice. Yeah, I've beat this one. I've beat both of them, but the other two playing have not. So I'll help out a little bit if there's stuckness that happens.
Yep, and if we ever come back to this after a long period of time, Nick will be able to tell us exactly what happened.
Exactly.
But I'm hoping we kind of like power through it like we did Trials and Tribulations. You want a date with Kazuma?
Oh,
Excellent. I'd kill for that. Wait.
oh yeah. So this does take place in Japan.
This case does.
Like, actually.
Yeah.
We're not just
Oh no, it's,
quote unquote in Japan.
you're not in like San Japan Francisco.
Okay. They don't have burgers here?
So this actually does take place like in literal Japan, but I think it's still like the localization is still the same continuity as like the whack one.
Oh.
The English.
You know, at least when I take NPCs out for a date in Fire Emblem Three Houses, they drink their fucking tea.
Yeah, at least.
He's drinking up your eyes.
Ooh. Gramps. Handsome man. Oh, Professor. See.
I like your little fluffy purple ball on your stomach.
Mm-hmm.
His Excellency.
Kazuma, I don't think you're actually allowed to have a sword. Here.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine, he's a lawyer. It's a lawyering sword.
Oh no. Gonna cut through the prosecution's argument.
There you go.
Even more impressive is his like billowing headband. We'll get to them objections eventually. Coming.
Oh no.
But my boy!
Why would the government do such a thing?
Ain't that the question?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet, but the score for this game is already amazing.
Oh my fucking god. Like, I don't want to, like, exaggerate, or like raise the bar too high, but the music in this game's phenomenal in my opinion. Got it, you have to say yes when the question is asked.
Yes, I will marry my best friend. I do.
All it was seen in a court of law will be seen.
Should we be reading this like a book to children?
I don't think that's necessary. Maybe.
Okay.
How does chat feel? Do you wanna be read to?
Oh God,
It's a lot.
that's a mood.
It's very wordy.
Yep, that's the courtroom, all right.
Oh, Gabe dropped in. Hi, Gabe.
Hey Gabe.
Hey, Gabe.
Hope you've been doing well, friendo. Proud of you for getting through, I think what it was. Chemistry? You're done?
We have one read to me and one it'd be fun. Let's settle in a bit first and then like reevaluate in a bit, and we can like decide how we want to handle that, if we want to.
That sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Finished chem and geology today.
Oh God, I remembered geology. I didn't like it. Oh my God.
Mr. Payne.
Excuse you. Takeshi ouchie.
Oh, Takeshi Ouchie, my
Mr.
my
Ouchie.
sincerest apologies. I do.
It's me.
Oh, wait.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
Consequences. Let's
What's
do
gonna
it.
do it?
I'm gonna advocate for myself.
Ding.
What a hilarious turn of events this is.
How sad. Oh wait, no.
No!
No!
No,
I
wait!
do believe in you! Yo, he's gonna break up with us.
He can't leave yet though. He's like roped into this.
Even the same, like, motion.
Mhm.
Wonderful.
Yup. Definitely.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I like his squirrely eyes.
Yes, the like constantly moving eyes. It's a
Yeah.
very good touch.
Yeah, I like how he looks exactly like Nick in his like facial features, but
Without the like spikes.
yep.
Yeah.
Kanji in this fan means guilty.
Does it?
Yeah.
Not a fan of that.
not a fan.
Fuck. Damn. Yeah, I meant to make that joke.
Of course.
Of course.
Obviously.
You're going to assess my competence. Well, this is where it all falls apart.
Oh.
Hit the autoplay button. I'm wondering what speed it goes at. Like minus.
Who did I kill? What was his name?
Oh, you know who you killed, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
You mean, is it this giant stack of papers right in front of us?
That stack. John H. Wilson.
Watson.
Silly Nicholas. They would never.
Legally distinct John Watson. Villains in this Ace Attorney series would be screwed if vibe checks equal guilty.
Ain't that the truth?
It's a little too fast on that.
This game has like gaslit me into like thinking the character is actually Sherlock Holmes. Like when I think Sherlock Holmes now, it feels weird and unnatural.
Wow.
Do you know the deal with like the Sherlock Holmes thing?
No.
So, in the character Sherlock Holmes is public domain everywhere in the world, except for the U.S. because of a couple of stories that were like the last published ones in which he appeared. And, like the Doyle estate is like pretty fucking like biting at the knob to like sue anyone that uses Sherlock Holmes.
Okay.
Are they?
Which was like theorized as one of the reasons why this game wasn't brought over for a long time. But a spoof character, Sherlock Holmes, from like French Lupin books, who actually existed, is public domain.
Oh.
So they can use Sherlock Holmes.
That's fucking amazing.
Perfect.
So even in Canada, in this game, he's Sherlock Holmes. It's only here.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's incredible to think.
It is incredible to think.
That's it.
I should go and say hello with this loaded gun I have.
Yeah.
I'll point it at him to make him happy and excited.
Aw.
Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. I shot him, Your Honor.
Was me.
Your Honor, I hit him with that blicky so good.
Post-mortem report.
Gunshot to the chest. Oh, that's amazing.
Hemoragic.
Oh.
I learned a lot of weird things from this game that ended up being historically accurate when I looked them up later.
Oh.
So-called photographic print.
It was invented 3 days ago.
Modern scientific
scientific
evidence. Incredible.
I don't know what that means. I never
That
figured that one out.
means he's ready.
He's just T-posing.
That's his ouchie special.
He's just stretching. Oh, thank God, this guy can still hold my hand during all this.
Thank fuck.
Your Honor, I must hold this man's hand during the trial.
Damn.
Why would you rein in that headband, though? It's amazing.
Yeah, honestly.
It was always the butler, it's always the butler, it's always the butler.
Le Carnival.
Sir?
What's
you,
up?
you got a little, you got a little
some,
soft.
Oh,
forgive
you got
me.
it. Good.
I just bleed.
Forgive me, it's the 1800s, I've got a cold. I will die within 3 days.
I still need to go to work. I'm gonna cough on everyone's food. You wanted that steak rare?
Oh, you like Hosonaga? Yeah, no, he's fun.
So-called restaurants.
Kusanagi-san.
I'll do my darndest.
I like when he coughs blood into his hand and just wistfully looks at it.
Mhm. Like when you blow your nose into a tissue, and then you look at the tissue to see how bad it is.
Yeah, yeah. You can change it to English if you want. I played it with Japanese audio.
This is wonderful.
I read that some people would switch it back and forth depending on which country the game was in at the time.
Oh, that's smart.
I might do that.
It wasn't me. It must have been. What would the Japanese version of Furio Tigre be?
Oh god. What did they call him? Like, is it Zinya Charib?
Yeah, that's just the
Yup.
Phoenix right backwards.
Gasp.
Whammin'.
A whammon. Will you interject?
But I need to wait and cross-examine. But I'll do it anyways.
Oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Well, now I'm being shaken by this guy. Should probably get this man a mask.
For real.
Hmm. Hmm.
Sensible. Not at all, my good lad.
Yo, he's gonna call me a fool. A foolish fool. And hit me.
And you wish. He'd whip you with that
That,
headband.
yep.
Or, you know, he could use the actual weapon.
Why would he do that?
I think he's waiting for the wind to die down before taking the band off.
He's gonna be waiting a long time.
Every time Ouchie's off screen, he's just going,
Ow. The point. Love to see it.
Yo, that waiter got an ass, though. He said that's guilty.
What do you think he's serving? Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, he's serving ass, that's for sure.
And sickness.
It can be a saint or a devil. The one on his robe means Asia.
Oh. Who are these fellas? Multiple witnesses.
Fine articles of antiquity. Nippon.
Nippon.
Would it bother you at all if I read the lines?
I don't know.
Okay, I think I might start doing that with the cross-examination just because I think it would be fun. And also, like, add more to this.
Yeah,
Nice.
absolutely.
Do it, do it.
First of all, before anything else goes on, before I forget this,
Just getting a glance at it.
yes, I see. I want to see the other side. Let me flip it around, dang it. Oh,
We haven't learned how to do that yet.
ah yes.
We're just now learning how to present ourselves in the court of law.
Reading rules. No, LeVar Burton. Did I say Tim Burton?
You did.
Yes, you did.
LeVar Burton. Don't worry about it.
Don't.
Don't worry about it.
I'm a little worried about what I just heard.
His funky little
It's fine.
finger.
Yeah, I'm almost sure I heard the same damn thing.
Like what?
Like a little baby. He's a little baby man.
Oh.
Baby man. With baby logic.
Sir?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
He's just a little baby man on like a big ol' like wooden stilts.
Each of his mustaches.
He's
Are
like,
their own little babies.
He's like 6 infants in a military uniform.
Yep.
I'm gonna start it now. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Oh, fucking times. I'm gonna go crazy.
The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
That's not true at all, sir. There's your lie.
That's a lie. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded golden curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Osa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
I did.
Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir, that cruel and unforgivable enemy.
You might hear this shit one more time, bro.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad daylight.
Yo, I thought that old man was literally just about to, like,
Just stab
pierce
someone.
his eye.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true?
Yeah. All I did was pick up the gun and I saw lying on the floor.
Uh-huh.
After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Give the redwood some oomph. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, just as I was picking it up. Bang! I don't know what voice to do for this guy.
Uh,
Well, that's the truth.
Continue.
Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now.
Do it.
We have heard, Your Excellency.
Oh.
There is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty.
Clearly.
It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this.
No!
Actually, it said yes.
I'm gonna raise my hand
What
here
in the name of the Emperor is
so
the
someone
meaning
can
of this?
call on me.
You, in the back.
I have a question.
I am, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Awe and shock.
Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next to me told me to do it.
How pathetic.
Oh. Yikes.
Huh? How
How
do you
did
know?
he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it is irrelevant.
Ooh.
Go.
Take that, ouchie.
Kazuma is so commanding. Kazuma is so cool.
So cool. I hear he's shredded.
I've seen
Very
him with
well.
his shirt off.
Ooh. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier has to be a lie.
The soldier has to be
The
alive.
soldier of the lie.
Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing it is evidence. Right. Evidence.
Right.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying.
Ow, my hand.
now let's go, Renosuke. Don't let them beat you.
Or I'll beat you with the sword.
Nice wet slap. Alright then.
All or nothing.
Well, that's cool.
Oh yeah.
I already read all those.
Yeah. Alright, I already know which statement's a dirty lie. That's a lie. I don't
From the
need.
back.
I don't even need to press this, but I will.
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
Me?
Just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else would you see around here in a black uniform, huh?
Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but...
It was you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me.
Why is the baby here?
Baby man.
What is it, Renosuke? I'm not sure.
I don't know, man.
It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, please check back over the details of the evidence. You do a court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it.
Okay.
Oh, Kazuma.
Can do.
You get back here. You're a filthy, lying weasel, and I can prove it. Gunshot to the chest didn't pass through the body. Oh. So good.
It's
So fucking
Very
good.
polite.
Like, yeah? Hello?
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of papers in my mustache.
An inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. A clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us we don't already know?
Well, obviously. That, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
Ah, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more— I think Kazuma's voice changes every time, which couldn't be more
That's
plain.
fine.
That's fine.
Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
Apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a serious discrepancy with the sergeant's statement.
Oh.
What? Nani?
Nani.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statements you made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back the cowardly little lethal.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
But no,
no.
that just can't be.
Cannot.
And why not, cadet?
Because as it is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet to the chest.
Who the chest?
Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh,
There he is! There he is!
Baby!
No!
Save him! Save him!
He has so much to say!
What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he
Nothing.
pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Goo goo gaga, you're on.
Just
Yes,
starts
sir.
crying.
at this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were
He's so happy! Oh!
firmly fixed on the La Carnival steak, sir.
Testimony in the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayase Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Oh! Oh!
Get his ass! And his kid's ass!
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple.
Ooh, I like that pose. It's a good fucking pose.
Good pose.
There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Get his ass, Kazuma!
There it is! There it is!
There's been a complete turnabout. Ooh.
Ooh!
In the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy.
Turn!
So this is what being an ace attorney
We did it, guys. We end the stream.
is
We're
all
good.
about.
We're done.
But I definitely saw him.
That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
I love that we just haven't addressed this at all yet. There's
Yeah.
a child on this man's back.
The elephant in the room. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear.
Why use your glasses? Only have one glass.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy licking the floor.
Is it just a monocle?
It's a monocle. Too busy licking on the floor? What were you doing? Hunting for the treasure. Treasure?
Treasure?
Oh.
Indeed, the Hoere Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habit to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasutai, in the hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoe treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. Averting my eyes for the briefest of moments. No more, it simply vanished.
Uh-huh.
The Koban vanished.
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhaps it fallen there, and then it happened.
Yes.
I shorted.
Oh,
Heard
Oh,
the
no.
gunshot, you mean? Did, but I heeded it not. I was only concerned with my absconded treasure.
Yeah, don't worry about the actual gunshot.
Yeah, nothing could distract
Me.
me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? I see.
Suspicious.
The lamentable day, that precious Hoe Kaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin.
Bet the baby took it.
Oh.
I'm sure everyone present is aware this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony has just heard the inclusive.
Continue, Kazuma.
No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be the British. It would be unforgivable to.
Nick Nick, are you okay?
I completely forgot what. Like literally every time he says something, I'm like, what did he summon? It must be unforgivable. No, that's not that. Go, just go.
Be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Archie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf in the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain. Upon hearing their next statement, I am losing it.
Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime.
Duh, baby.
The baby.
Duh, baby.
The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruto.
I am not despicable.
What?
You really seems to have a despicable opinion.
And now he really is just resting his hands on that sword, though.
I feel so judged.
Yo, he's so judging.
Loses his actual sanity every time he has to read this man's dialogue.
Kristen, can you take this character?
This sexy, sexy
Can
man.
you read? Can you? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Do I read? No, agree. Do I read?
Oh, put it to use.
Oh,
What
God.
does Japan?
Yeah, you needed a Japanese degree.
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Oh.
Yes, I'll take him over.
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
What a happy baby.
Excuse me, but there's someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
Hello, Ido.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido. Attention. You're the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Oh my god! Alright, the baby can stay.
It's like Navi snot.
It really is,
Oh.
though.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, which I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that he was the only personal present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no other one in the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
These testimonies are certainly compelling.
Yes.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime council?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
The victim had no napkins, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
This doesn't make any sense.
The service here is terrible.
I want my McChicky. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the new treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Can this be happening? The judge is already ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. Oh, fuck. It is not over yet.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. To draw up the truth. In your cross-examination.
Whoa! I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Nick, do we see that judge again?
Yeah.
I like him.
Tisk, rules can be so unbending at times.
I fuck with that judge's,
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like
Yeah,
it.
that looks
Yeah.
good.
You see him again. More so in the second game, though.
No.
It's not the same thing at all. At the start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
This defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
What? Tension!
The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishwoman. I think that says it all, don't you?
Sure.
And let us not forget the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kuda-san?
Oh.
Green means don't we? Yes, it may be true I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment.
Dang.
A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the floor. You must have noticed something else at Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
You've been at pains to point out time and time again I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have even caught a glimpse of this woman.
Hard. Only there'd been more people at the dining there at the time. Someone else would notice her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. What you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is it, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Ota Clinic. Yes. It would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to 1 past p.m.
The 1 past for you.
My favorite.
The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before. There really was no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Rinosuke?
Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Should I ask Dr. Wilson's medical report card be submitted as evidence?
Of course.
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention, the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
These days they're forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Oh, good
Yikes.
lord.
Look at what I just evolved. Are you proud of it?
I am so proud.
Oh, you got
of this
Magmatar?
one.
Yeah, I got my shiny Magmortar.
Your Honor, I'd
finally
like to show you this Magmatar. It's shiny.
Magmortar.
Magmortar.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant first.
Right. I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korikuta-san.
Is this Dr. Seuss shit? Like, does it make it hard for you to think about what's going on or pay attention? Is it like distracting?
No, this is good. As long as I don't have to read constantly, it's not nearly as distracting. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But let me read it. Though. Carbonated water and steak.
Wait, go back to that photo. Okay.
Yes. These are words.
I will admit that times that the magnifying glass helped me in this game was like close to 0.
Oh.
Are you sure?
But what about this flower?
Do you have any conclusive proof of that?
This is something else I wanted to see. Yeah? I wanted to see if there, like, was food behind them in this photo and then not. I want to flip your business card.
Flip
Grr.
the card.
You haven't reached that part of the tutorial yet. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well.
Refer to this JPEG.
As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No.
The antique stealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have no idea. Why aren't you telling the truth?
What? What did you say, Cadet?
I clearly remember that there was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion is not possible. Fortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of the two witnesses alone. Sorry. The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the time, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Excellent work, Minosuke. You've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
but I don't feel like it changes much.
I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I'm Southern now.
I won't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, now I can fucking read it.
Oh, you mean this whole thing?
Yeah, this whole thing. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly?
Look at it with your eyes, Minosuke.
I'm holding it in front of you.
Examine it. Press. And you can take a closer look at the piece in question.
Dude, this motion
like,
input
Turn it
combo.
around.
He's like speaking in tongues in court now.
To rotate the evidence, examine it from all angles. By using
Donald Duck noises.
Oh, is he like... Okay, so he wants me to do that like now. Oh.
you can move the crosshairs. For clues you might have missed before.
Yes, I did miss those.
If they start to pulsate,
Kazuma, what are you talking about?
Not making any sense.
press to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use... and to inspect any areas that look suspicious.
Oh, so it's just bringing me right damn into it.
It said
Ooh!
clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life.
I almost died.
And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection. Brr, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life.
Naruhodo, we need to talk to you about vaccines.
Yeah, hey, it's 1901. That needle's a lot thicker.
Most people will give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Stop talking to me about your childhood sickness.
Stop trauma dumping on me. We're in court. Whoa!
Ooh!
Whoa!
it's
Whoa!
3D!
Dentist.
It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago.
It's probably a record of a long-term treatment. That's why. With a family doctor, probably.
Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor I made. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one.
Naruto's never brushed his teeth.
Oh, God.
Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then?
Yeah, the random coughing is still kind of unsettling to me.
Agreed.
And I feel like there's been like a 70%, like ever since like it's become more suspicious to cough, I've had like 90% more cases of like accidentally swallowing something the wrong way and then coughing a lot.
Uh-huh.
Like it happens way more now.
You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed.
Whoa. Okay, I'm done, aren't I?
No!
No! Examine that.
Oh.
Oh, I see. Open her up. Oh, if he gets one more, his next trip is free. I see.
Seventh injection is on the house.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain.
Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well.
Do not eat steak.
Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed.
Really?
That's what it says right here, buddy! This is information worth bearing in mind.
Indeed.
With this information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes.
So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again. Don't you?
Definitely.
But more importantly, are they gonna cuck me again? Let me see it, let me see it, let me see it. Chief Inspector. Primary Criminal Investigation. Hey now, you're not a waiter at all!
We found him out.
Well, that's unexpected. Look, do you see? It says the witness's name here?
Osanaga means thin and long, apparently.
Oh.
Satoru Thin and Long.
Business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
Read it, Rinosuke. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title.
His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What on earth?
I don't know. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... They didn't get ya. You figured it out.
I done figured it out. I'm... Okay, cool, that is the same.
I mean, if you want to, like, you know, go through all that text again, just so I can look into Kazuma's pretty eyes.
Oh, you'll get to see plenty of those. I could present this on like a lot of these. No! See? Here you are. There he is.
There it was.
Look at me again. Yeah! Blink. Blink for me, honey. What would be on like the... Either the third or fourth statement? Maybe the fifth?
He was not dining at all, you old fuck.
Oh, fuck. Look at this.
Read him and weep.
Well, I think, what are you withering, a little lad? You call yourself a lawyer?
Smell the meat.
I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
I'm so psyched for that mashed
I'm
potatoes.
so fucking psyched.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yonosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully,
So, erect.
you knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Spit it out.
Kazuma! Alright, thanks for the advice.
You old fuck!
Karakura-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see. I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
but that's,
Remember, Rinosuke, you don't have to use this clever language or fancy words.
You can just say you're gay. It's really easy.
Just make your point. Just
Your Excellency,
make the point.
I believe we're finished here. There's no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetrated the crime.
Oh, there's the proper slam.
the medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could I possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? I've never done this in my life.
What the fuck is a dentist?
Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted. And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? If he had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What?
No,
That can't.
Kodakuda-san. What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally, there's more! You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just extracted his tooth and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic.
Expertly done, babe.
Now kiss me on the lips.
Smooch.
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence.
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you!
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned.
Tell him.
Wouldn't you agree, babe?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? Court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I presume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial round. Show 'em what you're made of.
Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been...
We had 4 choices
Yeah.
there. Ooh!
Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person!
There was, because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice to pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly.
Kazuma.
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, the 2 witnesses in the stand.
What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, it now turns out that you 2 deliberately lied when giving your testimonies. Obviously, you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
In murder? No.
And your baby, too.
Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentleman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuda-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Hold on, lad, I was
Say you never saw the gentlewoman.
Grrr.
When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses give false statements? Is it true, you pair?
Just one. Just one simple flip of the tongue. Order, counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Ooh.
Who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? What? That's classified.
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't... This can't be happening.
Babe, Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe that Ouchie had any idea about it.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue the pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Police.
Police.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusation.
I have it.
Evidence that proves whoever really did it wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly?
Remember how we made progress before?
Or?
Remember when you examined the evidence?
We examined the evidence?
Remember when you pressed and...
Oh yeah, that's right!
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have. Do it again. I believe in you.
We're ahead of you. I want answers. If that's proven how these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency! I swear to Shinto God! On all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about this, well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout the first name that comes to mind.
3. You only
3
got
sneezes.
from Navi.
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
This guy right here.
He's only 29?
Look at him. Well,
Yikes.
surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! For possible reason, the waiter has to make these witnesses give false testimony. No mention of the fact that the head waiter could possibly have this level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he was truly were...
Come on, Rinosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Who is this fuck? Hello?
The plan of the restaurant
Navi.
sketched by the man in question. He's being cute.
Oh, sitting on your jacket.
Getting hair all over it.
Oh,
Adorable.
Not all over it.
delicious.
Show great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, the back of the card.
You need to press...
It's the back of the card that's of interest. Flip it around! I beg your pardon, or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Also, Naga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. He's a stripper, Your Honor.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious.
Oh, she wants to play!
You want to play now?
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
Wow! The waiter is a police detective? I never heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well,
Not the wire.
Inspector Hosonaga. I get this guy's voice.
No, this was before you started doing the voices.
I was worried about something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit the sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Flashback.
Navi.
You've been friendly. Navi.
He wants to bite the
Yeah,
cord.
he wants the wire.
She just wants to eat that wire. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out the investigation flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an usually careless mistake.
so you mean to say you really are a detective?
Hey.
Ooh.
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible.
It's working.
Do I need to escort this young lady from?
Hold on, we're gonna escort. We're gonna bailiff her out of this courtroom.
I don't want her to. She's being so cute and
I
friendly, but
know.
she's trying to grab the headphone wire. You're found guilty, Navi.
You have 3 witnesses to prove that this is what you were doing. So obviously you must have done it.
Obviously.
Meatloaf smells amazing.
It smells so good, I can't wait.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
Would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Uh-huh.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. Will you collaborate on this one point for the court?
Of course, Your Excellency.
We've just heard information from the 2 witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true, and clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you've required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable.
Disgusting.
As I suspected.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused suitor. Sitting opposite the victim of the table was a young lady who I assumed to be an Englishwoman.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. Then I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say?
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once.
What
It
the?
was
Oh
clear.
my god, you're bringing dinner in.
bless your hearts.
Holy shit.
Holy
They're taking far
shit.
too long.
Yeah, it's taking a minute. It's great though.
Hold on, our beefsteak is being delivered.
Holy shit.
Kristen.
Thank you. Oh my fucking god. Excuse
Oh, thank
my
you.
language, but there's mac and cheese on here.
Oh shit.
It's been murdered.
What was that?
You stepped on the cord.
Oh no. Is the stream still going?
We'll have to restart it.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's fine.
We'll take a BRB.
Could be your
Okay, we're back. Walt gave us a delicious beef steak.
Yeah, we desperately needed that.
Honestly.
Okay. It was made clear that the Englishman's presence in the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman is the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman.
What?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean...
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it was prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was certainly Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at UMA University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that at the orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. And ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I didn't turn off the AC. So let's get rid of that sound so we can hear Nick better.
Oh, cool.
Next. My thoughts are as follows. Pee pee poo poo.
Thus far, the case presented to the court was underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we now have discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions.
I could give a shit about our government.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Oh! Ah!
Inspector Hasanaga.
Yes, sir.
We will locate Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency.
What's your excellency?
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
No!
Get in my way.
Nice.
Is that pneumonia?
Minus this creeping cough I've had since I was 5.
The dysentery will get me too.
Court will adjourn. The prosecution must call the Englishwoman Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Make myself clear.
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good, then we have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Time to get ourselves a 30-minute makeout session going.
Nice. Time well spent.
Can we make it like 45 minutes, Your Honor?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The first cases in the later games are not short
Ah,
as like the other ones.
okay. I am
Yep.
file number 4.
File number
4.
4.
As in, for sure, this is my file.
It ain't even noon yet. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb.
My heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. Like a boss. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through with this, I don't ever want to see a courtroom again.
Haha, funny. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in this courtroom, but my powers of observation are the one thing I'm sure of.
That's his stand name.
Yeah, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it. It's like, gee golly, a gun. And then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed a gun and I said, gee golly, and I picked it up. And then I shot him. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Apprehended his sussy baka without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
Huh.
Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you.
Professor Mikotova.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, then I'm not a good boyfriend. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
Don't perceive me!
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I really want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Nani.
Come to think of it, did the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman, whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then.
I have to go brush this fluffy purple ball on my tummy.
I need you to run an errand at the university at once. It's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Quick, recess is over. Please make your way backstage to call him at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, honey. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow to women.
Kazuma.
Yes, dear.
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly certain I would have pissed my pants.
Look, I have faith in you.
Everybody pisses their pants.
As a lawyer, and as a friend, and as a partner.
Coming from you, that means a lot. Yeah, Kazuma's on the Sigma grind set. If I'm found guilty in this trial...
Excuse you, if you're found guilty. I think you mean.
Yeah, my bad. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad? That's the kind of true friend Kazuma is! But this isn't just my battle anymore.
Score is fucking amazing, like what the hell?
You like Kazuma's theme?
I do, if this is my boyfriend's theme, it's very good.
Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street as a date. With an extra large portion, of course. Yep, that was a half-hour recess, alright.
It sure was.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruto. Prosecutor Ouchi, you have managed to subpoena the witness.
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
A-cab.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new tree breaks down and our nation founder?
Our nation founders?
Damn, I feel like that might supposed to be flounders.
Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Isn't this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy, you handsome, beautiful rookie boy! You and your boyfriend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. One who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Well said, honey, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little rats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh my.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine, gentle woman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true?
No idea.
So, can we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter in La Carnival.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, what are your manners? In English, it's always ladies first.
Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh yeah, I think I did say that, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Bubby, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
I am going to speak in perfect English so you can't understand what I'm saying. I'll even speak in cursive.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
I can't believe they're going to make me speak Japanese in this Japanese courtroom.
Well, you said her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled at Yuma University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rinosuke.
The judge thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett.
Nani?
3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says yes.
This could take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese?
Oh,
I'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape.
Just following special orders from the Bureau.
Now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over to this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
You mean to say
Yes, you would appear to play dead witness to crime. The very moment when
The accused, standing right there in this courtroom, not the victim in cold blood.
order in the court?
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? No takesies backsies. Here, we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Okay.
Yeah, I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
An unforgettable event.
the professor was unable to eat, so I ordered of myself a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Here you go myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Oh, well, that clears it up.
Oh, perfect.
Your Honor, I would never shoot someone.
This is a condemning testimony indeed.
Yes.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy weeb. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Ugh.
You're still making the same mistakes, babe. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
But he's so annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and 2 witnesses who testified before it reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brick was not involved, so I let her go.
The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless. However,
Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about a person where she could conceal a fire.
I don't know about that.
Are you sure?
You sure?
I think that she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There is no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. These are the witnesses' own words on the matter.
Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
Don't think about doing anything rash, babe.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. It must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Press that bitch.
your little smile.
Defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. After 2 p.m., in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't.
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
The gentleman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It's apparently a daily occurrence they had lunch together.
But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yeah, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. It's Brett and the victim with the lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that is all. That all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hoda clinic, correct?
That's right.
Supposed to actually check with the witness before answering.
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
It seems so, yeah. You heard from the professor to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean...
That was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
The table exactly was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, milady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all.
Right, other than some carbonated water. Some soapy pop.
Oh, just water?
Yeah. Professor was unable to eat but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears as the diners toasted the lunch with a glass of water each.
They each raised a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Rinosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one.
Which one?
Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, babe. I like how the wind stopped.
He went flaccid.
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you?
Yeah. Being the waiter, I poured 2 glasses myself. I remember doing so.
Except you're actually a detective.
And the beef steak, that was for you, Miss Brett.
The lady said she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its borders to the world.
Yeah, that's true.
What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion.
I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful.
Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is?
True, come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what he said.
Still looks at the camera.
What a fucking pose.
We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around.
Understood, Kazuma.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. Why not? Hey, the doctor said water, not carbonated water.
What about the last thing the witness?
Fuck you.
It seems reasonable to me.
No!
Exactly reasonable. Perfect. You should leave out of this book and learn to be more reasonable yourself.
Oh, alright. I just need to calm down and think everything through again from the start.
I think he can have carbonated water, though.
Okay. Well, oh yeah, and this is the part that's like a fucking lie.
I
Anyway.
never got into an argument with the professor. All I did was when I noticed him was go over to say hello.
Please don't get angry with me.
No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor.
I'm afraid your words are in vain.
Sorry?
Mr. Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. English is the future. We must all supiku Ingrishu.
Oh, God. You really just fucking said that.
It's fucking atrocious.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever. Or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, huh?
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be.
Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat.
That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it?
Yeah, I spilled some coffee to drink.
And the next time you got up after that...
Was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. I did not.
Like he says, he did not shoot that gun.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, if that is your name, you
Oh.
can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well be the cause of an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
Dish! What nonsense!
Ladies,
The lady merely stated what she saw.
That is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it?
Absolutely, I have verified it personally.
Excuse me?
You verified it?
Yeah, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not."
That's all you did? You just asked her?
Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector.
No.
Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentleman clearly stated that she did... Gentlewoman! Sorry. Clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or There was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence.
I hate evidence.
I hate evidence, too.
The lady wishes to point out the course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave.
Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out.
Get her out of here. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintained that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, unfounded lie.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform.
I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, Kazuma, except the flapping red ribbons.
Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room.
Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in your testimony doesn't make me feel any better either.
The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise.
I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. I think we're going to be aiming for in this cross-examination. I did not.
I didn't touch her.
I didn't!
Oh, hi, Mom.
Yikes.
Let's look at the evidence.
Badge plus 1. Shot from the chest and subsequently died.
Look at that. What's funky about this?
He's in your chair, milady.
Madame? That's a weird button.
This bullet wound is very bullet-like.
They didn't say cheers.
Yeah, how do they say cheers?
They poured the carbonated water in the vase.
So,
Yeah, I kind of feel like... that's important. That he's clearly in her chair. But I can't think of, like, where I would present that.
I think that is important, but, like,
Oh, I didn't mean to hit present. Well, now I know for sure.
Yup.
well, we've crossed that one off the list.
I wanted to look at the profiles.
Oh, yeah.
Profiles?
Profiles, alright.
Hello?
Unavailable.
Go back. Go to.
Yeah, no, it's just
Oh,
not even an
yeah.
option.
Yeah, you
Uh,
can't present them in this game.
Yeah, what's the third statement again?
What's the what statement?
Third.
You're welcome.
Okay, never mind.
You're sorry. Took the professor's gun and shot right before my eyes. And myself, so obviously. So we can possibly disprove that. Possibly disprove that. Possibly disprove that. These are the three statements that contain like lies, flat out.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Slightly late lunch. Yeah.
Steak for myself. Cheers over a glass of carbonated water. That could be it. Like you said. How could they say cheers? I see one glass. I see one glass.
I only see one glass.
Hmm. Be the crime scene or the photograph of the victim?
I want to say it's the crime scene photograph right now. Oh, are you looking it up?
Yeah.
I'm also gonna say Nick does not give us the answers.
I don't make it super easy.
No, he doesn't.
You just only have so many tries before we'd have to restart. That would be
Yeah, you were right though. You were right. I was just pulling up the walkthrough though. That way, if they get something right, but then double think it, I can like confirm it. Because I will say yes then. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct, the lady says.
Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Inosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor had said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table and not 1.
Quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Maniac? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Mituity, you say? Minutia?
Minutia?
Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1?
Ooh!
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Ma'am.
Minutia. Minutia.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
Minutia. Thank you.
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was also terrifying everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that it had been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious.
Sorry.
Well, she said she was sorry.
It must be fine.
As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray, or also maybe a gun?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? Not mischief. No, you can't put this down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
Seems she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag.
A handbag.
Oh, Jack!
Yeah, Your Excellency. A small handbag purse commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we will consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's significance there, then it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put her glass in the handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items like handheld revolvers.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
Right?
Well done, honey. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple.
It's on a delay now.
Is it?
The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yeah. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Britt's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir. I did not.
As I thought? In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Giselle Brett's handbag.
No!
Order, order, order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
Meaning of what, Professor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have this lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Do you think so, Kazuma?
Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I don't think the student lawyer really. I have the piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. This photographic point. It's a print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
No, never. You can see what through to what's inside.
Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. But there was no need to such like his handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Check her head.
Ah!
As you can see, there's nothing to imply misspent guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Wow!
What he said.
No, no.
Shot by her hidden hat gun.
The goose opens its mouth gun.
Order, order.
And
Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
See.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
What's on this man's hand? Who's that?
It looks like
That's
a
his
cow.
cool
That-
cow tattoo.
Yeah, that looks like... this thing.
Well, that's weird.
What could that mean?
What's odd?
Why would that be on his hand?
Because the steak was too spicy. Your Honor, I've solved it.
The court has now shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling.
Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime.
No. Just when I thought was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than when I was at the start.
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Rinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? What do you mean? This is it?
Tish, I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content. From the inside of yourself.
This can't be happening. Am I really gonna be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma,
Sweet, bodacious Kazuma.
his dream of going to Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma,
What?
is there really no chance now of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little.
Rinosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before you.
Wait, Your Excellency,
Rinosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case quite yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this.
As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt on the matter, and I must make my ruling.
Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then the ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
The this is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print.
Look at this photograph.
All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Renosuke, because I sure as fuck don't.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how to glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yeah, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Then put your finger on it.
Touch it.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What? Nani?
Oh my god.
If I'm unsatisfied by your response,
Stop!
The trial will be over with immediate effect. I'll go smashy washy.
yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify the court where we see the significant detail to which you alluded.
Wait, he said that there was only, like, this is like the chance.
Yeah?
Why is it only, like, have one
Oh, you know.
little tick?
I'm a generous judge.
You
have 3 turns before I go smashy washy.
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It almost looks like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. The burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yeah, that's a burn mark, you're right.
Go on, Inspector.
This coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape on this remark. However, as prosecutor actually points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, it cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Excuse me, Excellency. It would seem this burn is a lunch appointment with the dean and the other university staff. You know she may be excused from the stand now.
Of course, milady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyways.
What's your thinking on this, Renosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, and hope I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise that shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence that is irrefutably linked to the burn on the victim's wrist of the case, then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. I need to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means.
Well, then, the defense will present evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the immediate connection to the burn victim in this trial.
bovine burn here.
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Yeah, Your Honor. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. Photograph things we may overlooked are recorded forevermore.
Oh, hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be inexcusable.
Actually, we may not need you to stay with us a little longer. We may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett.
Brett.
You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore.
What?
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Beef.
A beefsteak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate. Oh.
Excellency, are you alright?
If you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn. Flap. Are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Rinosuke, you genius.
Kiss me, babe.
You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered the burn while he was present at the restaurant.
But even if that is the case, we cannot know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, and the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
thanks, buddy.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury will cause quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga?
I can't imagine if it had been such a terrible disaster so easily.
But
I would say, however, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It's no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
But let's see. The plate was at 90 degrees centigrade, and a burn like this would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. It's been waiting for like Carnival. I can testify that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
There you have it, something's not right here. If the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
Yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day.
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
The rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would have, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think?
No.
Didn't think so.
Can it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, we've been led into a trap. There's only one other explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning in a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. So, what do you suggest? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already.
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness.
Order. Please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. Please don't check the wine glass in her purse. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brent knows something about it.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Woo-hoo. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, you will have to forget your lunch and engagement.
But, Your Excellency, lunch.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
You evil, evil lady.
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all.
But then why did you speak through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In the case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So we're finally gonna hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Yikes.
You poisoned him! You poisoned him!
You can't prove that!
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
No, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, milady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel. This will be your final cross-examination on this trial.
Hey!
Only one more picnic basket for you.
If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, the ranger will round you up. Is that clear?
Ooh.
Nice.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
But his hand was searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
What?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? No!
My BB!
What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right. Your cock is out for the whole room.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke.
Why didn't you tell me about my PP?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream, and your tiny brains imagined such a thing.
Oh yes, I think my tiny cock can.
Well, I can't.
Anyway. When the... We said toast.
We said those.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir.
Although...
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least, for the benefit of others in the court. It means, bless you.
I think it means the opposite.
Anyway. You don't have autopsy reports.
Post-mortem only. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma in the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
It doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim had burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
Concur, Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, milady. And as our police forces thoroughly examine the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for flawless investigation.
Would be physical trace of all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuki Ouchie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. Takatsuchi.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace, huh?
We need some evidence to back us up here.
Evidence, huh? Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Sir, do you have something to say? Can I interact
Is
with
there
you?
something on your mind? It doesn't even occur to you, to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene.
Sir, I want to speak to you. What is this bubble? I want to know.
I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand.
Haha, a killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
He's actually admitting the police may be flawed. Perhaps Professor Ouchie is starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's much to be said about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right.
What do you think, Rinosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma.
Honey.
What? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yeah, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if he might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but
this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
alright. What's he... Thinking.
What the fuck is this man thinking?
I'll figure out soon enough, I suppose, once I last statement again.
How do I target you?
Do one more. Yeah, it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
Wow, we just got the autosave. Something big's gonna happen.
Oh.
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they very often let their guard down.
You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
We can see his thoughts! It's time
I will cut the thought bubble.
to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue.
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryosuke. Let's continue with the tutorial. Alright, we can see Miss Brett.
Lie back and forth.
Just use a... And... Just look around.
Just do it, Ryunosuke. Why aren't you pursuing? Alright then. I'll move the marker and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with and see what's on his mind.
Here we go!
Here we go!
Hello? I'm doing it.
Look at... Yeah.
There we go. Okay, it just had to take a second.
Excuse me!
Yeah, what's the meaning of this?
I don't know why he's a chain smoker. I'm sorry, I don't mean to shock you. He was really lost in his thoughts, deeply.
It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say?
If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately!
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
Ah.
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yeah, not to mention that he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga,
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well,
Yeah, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. Lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation involved in flawless.
what do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I don't have any evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. Preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
Crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there.
Take this for example. This was the bottle of carbonated water I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yeah, lost all its fizz having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. And it's coming, I guarantee it.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes only when she answered the questions from the judge.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor.
The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Says Kazuma.
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yeah, but what's it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know.
Let me have a sippy.
Yes.
Is that it?
You got the water. You got the fizzy lifting drink.
Oops, it's
No.
all gone. Oh no, Ryunosuke.
No, you still have it until over your pants. Please, do show her.
Yeah.
Is it on the 4th or 5th statement? Horse?
I'm showing her.
Hey.
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Order.
And on that day, he was sitting at the table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his glass. There's only one person who could have done it. Josiah Brett. Was you.
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence, you little rookie imbecile. Have you considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may.
I will silence you forever for this.
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, milady. What are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? For a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And what did you find, Inspector?
I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time.
We can find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No.
It's in the glass you're on.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, milady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from their gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconveniences this caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this time?
The glass, Your Honor, the glass.
Kazuma!
I don't know about this one, buddy. It might be in a pickle.
Sorry, bub. I got nothing.
I must be leaving.
Bye.
Except,
Objection! Oh, she finally comes here. I was wondering.
Oh!
look at that.
Please wait.
Isn't that...
What's the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikatoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikutoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
What could it be? What could it be?
What could it be to be continued? There's more!
This next part's pretty short. Why is it number 4?
Because it is for sure my file. I'll never forget. I will never forget.
I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant, and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. Will not allow a moment more.
Your Excellency,
I am most grateful.
women aren't allowed on this subreddit.
Usato! Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now.
What is it? Report about something, written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
You're Kazuma.
You're being Kazuma now.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself, because I am a woman.
Oh no, of course not.
Special characteristics of cure and its effects on human subjects. Interesting.
Kirai? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you.
Goodbye, then, and good luck.
Paid.
It's just gone.
Long enough, Council?
Alright. Let me fucking read this before they go into the next 20 paragraphs about why I should read this. Poison made from a bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America, which is why they couldn't detect it from anything in the country.
Yup.
Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey, instantly paralyzes the entire body, and subsequent death even in minute doses. Oh.
Yikes.
Which would explain why he didn't scream. Route of entry. Above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a bird. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first. Patients would die of suffocation. This is interesting. This is a lot of information all at once. This could mean a lot of things.
A lot of things.
Could mean a lot of things.
I ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
You sound like the guy.
What?
He literally sounds like a weird fucked up Yogi Bear. This whole fucking time this judge has been Yogi
Wait,
Bear.
Yogi Bear or the Godfather?
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Kiss me, bro. Oh no.
Oh, yay.
There you go.
Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes? Your Excellency?
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you should grace us with your presence a little longer.
I want to go home. It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
No, forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I was in...
It's fucking beautiful.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems
the question.
I must ask that you treat that as an order.
On this day, the day of my daughter's wedding.
I've said many times before.
My son,
Why?
on the day of Boo Boo's trial.
The Japanese language makes no sense. Wakaranai, if you may.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is the new evidence?
What's the new evidence?
Obviously, it's my university collar print, Your Honor.
Obviously.
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research.
Research.
Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
Poison. Where are you going with this, counsel?
A toxin known as Career, Your Excellency. I keep forgetting. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What? What complete and utter bullshit? Career, you say? I've never heard of it.
Therefore, it's fake.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Career before for one very simple reason. You're a moron. Also, it doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist.
Correct. Which means no matter what test the police can do for the toxins, they'd never identify a courier. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order. Council, does this deadly poison exist?
According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Carrera has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Carrera suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, that the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed it in evidence like that.
I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean?
The other way around. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Carrera was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all.
Terrible.
Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed.
What will follow, Kazuma? That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly career poison.
Any suggestion this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? There too, unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All those facts? Do you think you're so clever?
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yeah, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Oh, well, yeah. I'll see, why not?
She gonna chug it.
Give it to me. Okay, then.
Next stream.
Good old glass of cum.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a
Farcical.
Thank you. A farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Hey! She just like explodes.
Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no career. Break skateboard. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
Ha ha ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in the grand venue. Most kind.
Grr.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Miss Brett?
I'm going. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Ah, yeah, dear lady. We are most grateful for all the assistance you have given.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in the bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we got all the clues now. Bottle of water?
No poison.
None poison!
As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle.
As you thought.
What? Why? Honey. Oh, wait.
You look nervous. Isn't it obvious there was poison in there? She'd be dead by now.
Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the way of the world.
Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent?
As a guy was sending to a promising line of inquiry counsel, for that you will be penalized.
What?
This whole trial is poisoned.
Not poison in the bottle, otherwise it couldn't have keeled over dead.
Oh, yeah, the anesthesia. I forgot about that. Whoops.
Shit. The culprit did put Kurara into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position.
You serious?
Oh, are you blind? There is no possible way that that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw...
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think things through all the way that don't quite add up here. Oh, one by one. Sure, the answers and the evidence we just have to have the court record somewhere. Has to be.
Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim. But I must ask you support the assertion with evidence. What explains how he was able to consume the poison unscathed?
The judge has started drifting between Yogi Bear and the Godfather now that you mentioned it, but I can't control it.
Let's see.
Hey, Boo Boo, my son.
Hey, boo boo. I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse, boo boo.
It's in here. Keep looking.
You're gonna use it to incapacitate, instant paralysis, and subsequent death. Entry occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound. A wound, like a bullet wound, maybe. Present.
We have a present for you, Judge. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research paper.
This isn't a good present.
That's a horrible present!
No?
After all, we don't speak English! It's insane!
What do you think?
This impudent young sexual's trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency!
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading her notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel.
Tell me why this is a good present.
Yeah. Speak to me like I'm 5. Goo goo gaga.
Special characteristics.
We've been through hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, counsel?
Well, it sounds as though ingenious hunters have been using this poison for years and years. At least the heads of the arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe. Yes,
So we've been led.
and
Yeah.
the point of hunting is to catch your prey to eat.
Get to the point!
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat?
Yeah, good point.
So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says, the poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say?
Through a wound, you say? That makes sense. I'm the Godfather.
Yeah, that mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it makes sense when you interpret what's left like this. When Kirar enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Miss Brett, you authored this research, you knew the Kirara's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little
Oh,
rapscal.
well, Ryunosuke, it turns out
It's alive.
you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Also, holy shit, did you see that goose move?
Kiss me.
Really? Me? Kiss me? A lawyer?
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly.
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish.
Blah! My boyfriend's flawless.
It's even your brain has managed to deduce Carrere is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Suckers.
Oh yeah, well of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah,
Right.
Oh, gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order in the court, order. Logical, if the lady in the process drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this career poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
what is this welling up inside me?
All he's about to do his first
He's
objection.
gonna fucking do it.
I've never felt like this before. The sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies, it's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Let's go.
Ooh.
I don't think so, Miss Jazile Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though you're both the victim and swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. You must provide compelling evidence.
As we now know, the poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the Kurao?
What you thinking?
Yes. Perhaps.
You want a hint?
Sure.
It is not this piece of evidence. It is
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It might very well just be the fact that he was fucking shot.
Mhm.
It does have to do with him.
His medical report card.
Extraction.
And that's a wound!
An open wound.
Good lord. No, present it.
Miss Brett so readily pointed out she drank the water the same as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
Fatal difference.
The toxic effects of Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yeah, like the wound you might have if you just had been to the dentist. Tooth extracted, for example.
Ah!
Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day.
So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this.
Laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence laying around, you never know what might happen to it. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No!
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from that broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor presence of mind to recover it. Ahahaha.
You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course. You're referring to this photogenic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right, and really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
No, you killed the victim that day, using Carrere, and then in order to frame my boyfriend for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her. But now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke,
Yeah?
I love you. And we've come this far, but now... now you're the only one who can finish it.
What do you mean?
You lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
In my head.
You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on.
Yeah, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
Think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell.
Huh?
Ryunosuke, did you smell me fart at the table?
I smelt it. Every color. I remember. steak sauce. Is he right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this scene in my head, would there be another clue to expose the identity?
There's a clue.
I fucking hope so.
Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue.
You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, babe? Oh. Let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence.
Alright, I can't wait. Been giggling a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day.
That is certainly a word.
I guess it
I've
is.
never heard that word before.
Oops, whatever it is, it could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. Judge, read my memories.
Judge, look at this red next to the steak. It's the only fucking thing that makes sense.
Inspector Hothanag, answer me this. Eh? Yeah, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of the steak you took to the victim's table that day?
Oh, wait a minute. Where are you going with...
Where are you going with this little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look in the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that the blood could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah,
Yes. Blood to have made it onto the plate and implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Just down, Brett.
I beg your pardon?
this is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is this court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
That moment to be the moment that my entire career in the force has been leading to.
Inspector, you mean...
Yeah, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a thief because of it.
You did what?
The steak you've been eating, Miss Brett. It's the steak from the sergeant I've been eating too.
I took all the steak in that restaurant.
I did all in the name of justice.
Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately, but Megman.
Yes, sir.
Here's what you ordered. Steak.
The steak.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court.
Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. In the court record.
No blood. No blood anywhere.
That's not the same damn steak.
But, no, that's impossible!
That's the wrong steak, sir.
I saw it, I'm sure that... It was right at the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy.
Raptor noises.
You
That's a
see,
JoJo pose if I've ever seen.
this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Love my walker.
I couldn't agree more. I hate my race.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceeding is painful to watch.
You just, like, for a second, you sounded exactly like Alexa, and it, like, threw me for a loop.
But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. It's the wrong steak. I know it's the wrong steak. Stop dancing around it.
It was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination. This is it now. I've lost.
Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what.
Believe in the me that believes in you. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself.
Okay.
We're examining.
Yeah. Alright.
Bite marks, not knife marks. Milady would never do that.
Huh? What in the world is this?
That's a good question. Oh,
I don't know, what is it? What is it doing under there? Wait a second. Holy Koban.
It appears to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable.
just ignore the meat juice.
This isn't the first time there's been talk of a Holy Koban.
I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and boylon.
Hey.
Oh, and I don't think you ever will again. Extraordinary, that means.
That means...
Look at the coin, too. A little weird about it.
You never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoi era, too. That would make it really quite valuable.
It's well marinated in juices as well, look.
What? Are you thinking of eating it?
Nah. Well, next time I order a steak at an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. Heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat for the surprise underneath.
You might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke.
Koban coin underneath the steak, one explanation. Look how the steak just like stays like
Yeah.
Permanently peeled up.
I presume that's unnecessary. Isn't defense of the objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
What's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with meat.
Your Excellency, I believe I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm so sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of this picnic basket. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied about how reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you were alluding. Where precisely on this beef steak is the new clue to be found? Lift the meat, Your Honor. Can I get a large pizza with raised beef? Coin underneath. Good gracious, that's...
Koban?
What on earth?
Oh yeah, what is that? Just like the one Meowth wears. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in a kitchen. A rare Horikoban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll suck your dick. Right now, Ryunosuke.
He's right. He will do that. It can't be a coincidence.
Unzip your pants again.
Again, yeah. Your Honor. Yeah, Counsel? A rare Koban just was underneath the piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'm gonna get my dick sucked.
Objection! Don't!
By all means, don't let us stop you. You can suck that thing one more.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yeah, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. It's infant, my lord.
The baby.
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Kurakuta-san.
Cutie? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Yeah. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency.
At exactly the moment the gun was fired, he was up to something with the coin.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the flashback? I'm not reading that.
Hunting for treasure. On the ground.
Is this Hoihiri Kaban? Do you mean to tell me?
No, please. I'm with the science team. He sandwiched between the business and steak. It makes no sense.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. About a moment's delay. At this fucking moment.
In this fucking moment. Oh, my middle name isn't Picnic Best.
I can't believe we've come back to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find out that the key element of this case.
You weren't fucking kidding.
This is the longest first case in the series. And, it's almost done.
You said that some time ago.
Look. We're at the subtitle here, and if I scroll down just a little bit, you get a spoiler.
Thanks. Thanks, Sick.
Who the fuck was doing Nelson's voice?
What's this all about? Why everyone call back up here again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. I'm a news reporter now. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless withered antique. Now, all I have to say, the sun is set on this Rusatai shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurakura-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as the Rusatai memory serves, the very one.
I was like, holy shit!
Splendid high treasure for my rusty bones misplaced.
It can be.
Hey, Oscar.
Hey,
As I
Oscar.
thought. Man. Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery.
Okay.
Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Taste it, sir.
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
Jacoin sandwich between a beef steak and its blade, soaking in the seasoned meats, juices.
Sandwiched. Joking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my high treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such an unconscionable thing?
Excuse me. Could I say something?
Yeah, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned
I mentioned this early on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy customers, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau.
Wicked crimes indeed.
We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected.
So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it?
Yeah, I took on the job of waiting in the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely this Koban incident is the work of the same thief.
Unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the restaurant on a regular basis. It's already the scene of several crimes, it seems.
I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Koban is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole the Koban and hid it under the steak?
Who could it be?
It's gotta be him, right?
It's gotta be him, right?
Officer. Officer, I'm saving my game, ignore me.
What is that lawyer
You're saving
doing?
your what?
I'm saving my game under slot 4.
Why slot 4?
Because it is for sure mine.
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Ayasa Nosa? What? How?
How dare you monster!
Monster? I never stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all this.
Not the baby!
You would push the blame for your crimes into your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa.
Clippity clop, clippity clop.
Oh, that's amazing.
Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasunosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Yasunosa. Okay, I realized
Oh.
No, sir.
Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe?
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on my plate for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
This place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for the target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable.
Your target that day was the old man Viscoban.
Yeah. Yes, sir. An easy mark. I slipped through the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak I had halfway through devouring when it happened.
Yeah, when the professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak. Hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prowling in your own time?
Well, Miss Brett,
Oh, of course, my lady, of course. How rude of us. Quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Up. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
It is related because it's not her fucking plate.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
nonsense, is it?
Well, ooh.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well, now that all the questions concerning this witness testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining him. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
About fucking time, Your Honor. Good luck, y'all.
Ye fucking haw.
And good day. Stop!
Funny thing.
Hey, what's the matter with you? This is no time for staring at my massive pecs.
Oh no, it's just
Staring
something-
at your massive schlong.
sword. Parting words got me thinking. Can't quite work on it exactly. Something she said jarred me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something quite didn't add up.
Don't just stand there staring at me. Make your voice heard.
Sorry.
You can stare later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Wait, Miss Brett!
What the fuck do you want?
I'm afraid of you! Just one last time, there's one thing I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, babe?
Yes, we just read this, we know.
If I'm right, then there's a contradiction.
I'm gonna need to see some evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it?
Steaky, eggs and bakey.
There's no eggs
The
here.
steak that she was eaten before the professor was killed. Yeah, go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak was on the victim's plate just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting. Oh,
You're just splitting hair.
not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Troll? What the fuck do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Noticed what, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishwoman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
It's almost too natural.
Miss Brett has realized something.
So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
What is your point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously... whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this twink in his place.
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course, dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Babe, do you know where you're going with this?
Yeah, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason the bloodstain I saw seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that once and for all that who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Honor. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have done it right here in the middle of this courtroom long ago.
Actually, the sex I'm talking about hasn't been brought up.
Hasn't been... What? I just saw you give him a quickie under the table, damn it!
But just because it hasn't been shown yet.
Isn't it absurd? The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's sex yet to be brought forward? It can't be! I don't believe you have it!
I don't, but someone else who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every mystery about this case.
This final request. Oh, that's actually, I mean, him?
Do it! The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I have it?
Yeah.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks.
Yes?
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nissa told the court, "I'd enjoy stomping my way through a good steak." As well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put the coin under In fact, your own steak? And shut. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial and Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meat to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nose's meal.
That makes no sense. It was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that Sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, bang. When I saw the civilian in murder right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted the steak and hid the coin underneath it. And then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. When the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. The military precision and timing, I switched my steak in the one in the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. You fuckwad!
So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, means he took Miss Brett's plate and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yeah, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yeah. Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precision moment he was shot.
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
Reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe
I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from Miss Brett.
Let us not prolong this any longer. Inspector, will you please show the evidence to the court? Bring in the meat.
Meat time.
We have the meat.
Call this man Arby's, because he has the meat.
Check it out. We're keeping you. A slab, huh? With the other steak. Please feel free to examine it.
visible bloodstain, look at that. This makes everything clear. The blood you see on the side of the blade shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table, with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Babe-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone here knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you!
Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No, no!
There she goes.
You're a home planet.
Aw. It wants some water. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Ma'am, you laid a batch. Well, Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Honor. It was I who took the professor's life using Courier. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of a tooth in the morning.
Planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because it's unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling manner, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
And to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent twink.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Carrere in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt?
So I was right. There were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assume the Hodo-san was the culprit, whoever hit him. I took him to the pantry, then I checked the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency, I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Fades away.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. But of course, I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Ouchie does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie twink.
Better start getting used to tough twinks.
Ryanosuke Naruhodo.
Yeah?
This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten.
You can concede with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. There it goes.
Ooh! Got him.
A thousand millennia may pass, and still the Ouchie clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Oh! Ah!
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryanosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. New future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. This is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi.
Yes.
After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Yeah, never mind.
As for you, Ryanosuke Naruhodo,
Yeah?
in you have since, how can I put it, unusual potential. I look very much forward to seeing how you carry that forwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryanosuke Naruhodo not guilty.
Confetti?
Hey! Oh, are those Sakura petals?
Sakura.
One clap.
Just the one.
Court is adjourned.
We done!
Hey, there's a little bit right here.
Well, of course.
Don't get too comfortable.
Nicholas, how long have we been together?
A long
How
time.
long have you been making me play these games?
Since day one.
Mom, Dad, stop fighting!
I made it! I defended myself through the horrendous trial.
Babe!
Ryunosuke finally pulled it off. Your pants, that is.
Hey!
Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have got them off without you.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you. At work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yumi University Street. Don't forget.
Good afternoon, lawyer.
Hard work has certainly paid off.
Sorry, I thought you were dead.
Congratulations to y'all.
Our trusty judicial assistant, you worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You worked so hard.
And the research report of Miss Prince, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Father? Ah, yes, of course. Speaking of Miko Taba... there you are. I don't remember the voice you had, that I had. I'll talk like this though. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Professor studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together?
I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain's a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I'll learn all that I can. I swear in this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And can stun anything that's in my way.
Yeah, I've seen how sharp that blade is. With my own eyes.
Your eyes.
That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? The Brit, I mean, after all, she's a fucking murderer.
Yeah. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Still, Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not?
Consular jurisdiction.
Who said that?
Inspector Hospinaga.
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Hey, Mr. Greg.
But that's not what all this is about, consular jurisdiction.
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? Can't try her. But why? Who? Who will bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear a case somewhere far away where our voices cannot be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing in the past, now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty.
Yeah, in the normal circumstances, you're right. Then
so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can invoke a consular court just like that.
oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
The Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions in Japan. I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it.
British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over the custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. We're to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that the woman will receive the judgment she deserves.
Change is coming, and it's not the only one. We're driving it.
Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor.
You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating, honey, not guilty. Honey's not guilty verdicts. Let's start having some fun.
In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival?
We have a delicious, bubbling water that's not poisoned, I
You
promise.
can try the coined meat.
I'm just gonna eat the meat with my
As
hands.
the head waiter, I will give you food and drink.
Why are you still working as a waiter there?
You're a detective, aren't you?
You found out who was committing the crimes in the restaurant.
Let's not worry about details for now.
Yeah, I still got my employee ID card.
I get my discount for another week.
Of course, Le Carnival's food is second to none.
It's to die for.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh yeah, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, I've been wondering that this whole fucking time if they were even going to, like,
Bring up motive.
bring up motive at all.
They'd need motive in her trial, but not for this one. Kazuma,
Yeah, babe.
I just wanted to say, I love you. That's all. You saved my skin today.
Haha, I love your skin, babe. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made...
Your skills made the difference, though. One day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
Come on, be serious.
I helped you today. It was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to do that again in my life. I just did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
What do you mean, that's the point?
I'm seeing this weird flip happen with his nose.
I saw it too.
Okay,
I thought
cool.
when the cell shading went the other way.
Listen, honey. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win?
Knowledge of the law?
No, the ability to believe. Date bio, babe.
To believe in Santa Claus?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I couldn't do it.
I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth, but you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person.
Believing in your client.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me.
Well,
You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth and at my pecs. And in the end, you found it through
You
your
found
own
the
efforts
pecs.
because you never stopped believing in me.
thanks, Kazuma.
Looking straight at his cock.
Judgmentally.
There's something I want to ask you, actually, honey.
Oh my god, he's gonna do it.
It's a favor, really. Very important to me.
Oh.
It sounds serious. Yes.
Oh, you're still here, are you?
Yeah?
Come on, drink some poison. Spectos and arrange the rickshaws for us. Let's go.
Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later, when I'm dead in the second cave.
Hey.
We should be celebrating right now, your first court victory.
And your study tour of Britain, don't forget.
Yes, that too.
Oh, right. Yeah, that.
Oh, that old thing. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma.
Professor Migatoba.
Kusado-san, who acted as my assistant.
Isn't that Kazuma?
What? Inspector Tsunami didn't do much of a pop, but still. What about Kazuma? What is Kazuma doing?
Nothing. It was
Just help all these people and manage to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
Oh.
Yeah.
We did it.
Woo!
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's a long one.
Yep. I forgot how long that case was.
yeah.
The second one's actually shorter.
Oh, fucking course it is. Plot number 4 is for sure mine. Don't forget.
Ha ha ha.
The speckled band of
Oh,
runaway.
cool. I could just go right to the end.
Yeah.
Perfect.
On a boat. Are you watching that little opening cutscene? Get a little tease.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? They'll let me save right after.
狭い部屋の片隅、
Ooh.
深い闇の中でホームズと私は息を潜めて待っていた。やがて通気口からシューシューと低くうなるような音が聞こえてきた。その瞬間、突然ホームズが飛び出して闇の一点をステッキで鋭く打ち据えた。見たかワトソン。ホームズの張り詰めた声が空気を震わす。私がランプの遮光板を上げると部屋の情景がぼんやり浮かび上がった。ホームズは部屋の隅を睨みつけて私に向かってつぶやくように言った。被害者が死の間際に言い残したまだらの紐という謎の言葉。その恐ろしい正体こそがこいつだったのだよ、ワトソン。そこには巨大な毒蛇が牙をむき威嚇するようにとぐろを巻いていた。それは世にも恐ろしいまだらの紐だった。
That's it.
That's it.
Oh. Well, it was wonderful.
That was. We started a little after 5:30.
Yeah. Long one.
Holy
Wait.
shit.
I think the first and the second case we should do in one sitting, and then the rest of them split into two, at least.
By me,
Cool. Yeah.
I did not expect it to be that long, but it was certainly enjoyable.
What are your thoughts on it so far?
I mean, so it did a good job. It did a good job in having a lot of twists in terms of like story, but it still did the thing where it worked well as a tutorial because all of the evidence you needed was pretty much presented to you immediately before you had to submit it,
Yeah.
with very few exceptions. So it wasn't that much of a brain teaser in terms of the actually picking what you have to do in court part. So I'm excited to go into the next cases where they're not actively trying to teach you the game and trying to tease your brain more.
Right.
Yeah, get past tutorial a little bit.
Yeah, but the mechanics, the presentations, the everything of it was phenomenal, and obviously after 2 decades, way better than what I've seen so far.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, we go now. Thanks, people, for joining, especially Jonah, who was here for almost the whole thing.
Thanks everyone,
Yeah, thank you.
seriously.
Yeah.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.